Добрий день. Продовжуємо
Good day. Shall we continue with our interviews? For today, we have all the members of the Selection Commission attending the interviews from Ukraine, and also Pavilas Malakausas, Karen Greenway. Unfortunately, Drahokos will be away for some time because this is exactly the time when he is attending a doctor. But he will join us later as soon as he can. So, therefore, we shall start the interview, all five of us, and then for the discussion, for the decision-making, we'll convene. We have the quorum, we have two international experts and all international members of the Commission. Before we start with the interview, I would like to remind everyone, yourselves, Victor, you had received a list of questions which raised questions. With the Commission, we would like to hear your explanations. It does not mean that we shall not ask you any other questions, but we will mostly ask you some follow-up or clarifying questions stemming from the questionnaire. We will ask you to please answer the questions succinctly, as we have received all your written answers. They are before us. They have been translated in time and sent to our international experts. So we have gone over the explanations and the documents you have provided us. This is precisely the reason why we would like you to go over anything that you have not included in your written answers. We will not follow the questionnaire in the same sequence. We have grouped the questions into the blocks or pools of questions to do with the real estate, vehicles, income, trips, responsibility, and ethics. And this is the structure we'll follow during this interview. Please remember to switch on your microphone when giving an answer. Should you hear the question from our foreign experts, please use the headphones before you. You can use them to hear the interpretation of the question. So, let us start the interview now. So, on the 21st of September 2005, your father, Pavlushchik, acquired an apartment at the address Kyiv, Prospect Obolonsky 7B, which he sold on the 23rd/07/2015. In 2014, on the 4th of November, your father acquired another apartment in the same building where you had lived in since its purchase, and in 2020, on the 18th of January, it passed into the ownership of your sons and your former wife. Would you please explain the situation? Good day, esteemed Chairman. Good day, esteemed members of the Commission. I have provided the written answers to this question. To add to what I had written and to add a few touches, I would like to inform you that this apartment bought by my father in 2014, myself and my family lived from the very start. This was the time when I've been employed for quite some time, but I could not afford such an expense as buying my own property in Kyiv. My parents, my father and my mother assisted me with the purchase. In 2014, they bought an apartment with an area of 59 square meters. Both apartments, the first and the second, were purchased by my parents, who are married from their official income. They are employed since completion of the school and since completion of the university. My father has held down his job, and my mother, after her graduation in 1983, has been employed. I have submitted the documents that partially cover the income my parents had generated. Because these documents contain the information starting in 1995. We could not get the documents from an earlier period. There is also an agreement about the sale of a house belonging to my parents in Vinnytsia, where I lived from my birth until I left Vinnytsia to start my studies in Kyiv. And I believe these documents provide ample grounds to show that my parents had enough money to buy the said property. Please. Look, you have given us the information showing the purchase in 2005, that it was sold at the market value. We have done our inquiries, and market value was 4 times the price you had quoted. We are not extending any blame to you, and this goes back to 2005, and this was a deal entered by your parents. But we just want to ask you this: it was customary to report the selling price lower in order to evade taxes. How do you feel about reporting a lower price when registering a legal deed in order to lessen the expenses of the counterparts to this legal deed? Thank you for the question. Firstly, I would like to say that it goes back to 2005. I was a student at the National Academy of the Security Service of Ukraine. I was 19. I was living in a dormitory, and this means that we stayed in a boarding school. This was the National Academy. As for the market value, I did ask my parents, and they persuaded me that this was the real value. As for any other assessment of the property, now I don't really have a means to assess it. I don't specialize in this nature of deals, but I would like to say that my parents deserve my highest respect. They brought me up with a heightened sense of justice, of doing the right thing, and I had no doubts to doubt my parents' explanations. As for your question, how do I feel about this practice? I would like to say that without doubt, this is unacceptable, this is wrong. To confirm this statement, I would also like to show and underscore included from the interviews that the international and local members of the Commission raise their concern when they hear such numbers as 49,000 for the sale of the cars. Same questions were posed to me in a different block. Still, in this context, I would like to say that all the legal deeds I have entered, and that is the change the purchase and sale of the cars, and in all the purchase and sale agreement, being the official document, which is a legal deed between the seller and the buyer, I demanded the right assessment. It is a difficult matter, and it is hard to persuade all the parties, including the registrars, but I insisted on stating the real value of the asset when buying the cars for 400 or 300,000 hryvnia. We'll come to this question. If I may just complete answering the question that I was asked. So I think it is unacceptable, and I try to describe how I feel about it. If I might take another 10 seconds of your time. In 2022, I made a legal deal. I sold a car through powers of attorney belonging to the person I live with, and this again indicates my attitude. We'll give you 10 seconds, but this pertains to the question posed to me. That's your opinion. I think you're trying to throw everything in there. Tell us, in 2019 and 2020, you used an apartment in Krukivshina village in Svetoshino district of Kyiv region. If you would please give us the grounds for the use of this property. Thank you for your question. As for the said apartment, with an overall area of 35 square meters, I lived together with the person I live with. This lasted about a year, until August. I cannot indicate the period more precisely. I lived in an apartment together with a person I cohabitate with. She's been using this property since 2017. At the time, she was also a public servant. She filed the relevant information in her declaration for all the years. I acquired the right of use to this property as I started cohabitating with her. If you would please explain the following. According to the information available to us, you used the property free of charge. If you would please explain the grounds and the reasons. I made use of this property free of charge as I was cohabitating with the person who had the right to use the property free of charge. This property belongs to her aunt. At the time, when I was given the written explanation and the materials, I did not have the confirming documents, but now I have the document. I can show the commission, and it is the purchase and sale of this property that was given to my cohabitant by her aunt, and her aunt is stated as the owner of the property who bought it and entered the legal deeds with it. I'm prepared to present it to the working group. Could you please leave it with the working group afterwards? Tell us, in 2019, you have declared the receipt on the 12/11/2018 a loan from the Ощадbank, the savings bank. Why is this information not reported in your declaration for 2018, and why was the balance higher that you have reported in 2020? I beg your pardon. Thank you for the question. I have provided the detailed information and attachments in my written answers. To sum up, in 2018, during the issuance of the salary card, I also issued an overdraft facility or the credit line, According to the explanations of the National Agency for the Prevention of Corruption, the availability of this overdraft facility does not need to be reported in the declaration except when, as of 31st of December, the reporting day for the declaration, there is an overdraft exceeding the threshold set in the law. So in 2018, I have provided the document, and my overdraft was 9,000+ hryvnia, so I did not have the duty to report it. In 2019, my overdraft comprised 200,000 hryvnia, which is over the legal threshold for the declarations. Therefore, I enter the data in the declaration together with other data that has to be reported, the settlement of the loan principal and loan interest. As for 2020, in my declaration, if I remember correctly, there was a minor excess of my debt by about 10,000 hryvnia, so I reported it in the declaration. The next year, my debt was not over the threshold, so it was not subject to declaration. Fine. In 2020, the mother of your partner, Volnopyanova, gifted her daughter cash amounting to 180,000 hryvnia. If you could please explain, is it her own money? And if yes, what is the source of income? Thank you for the question. Indeed, these were the money belonging to the mother of the person I live with, gifted to her personally. The said money was the personal money of her mother. All the documents confirming the income of the mother have been submitted by myself in my written answers. The mother of the person I live with, if I remember, since 2011, has been receiving her pension. I submitted the document about her receipt of the pension allowance in my written answers. She was receiving the pension from 2011 to 2022, over 400,000 hryvnia, and I checked that the period goes back to 2016, and the pension fund only provides the information from 2016. So I have not provided the information from 2011 to 2016. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I know that you're trying to render most information, but there is a technical detail. The interpretation may not be able to follow you at this pace. If you could please slow down a little bit. Thank you. So I have also provided the document OK5 for her income during her employment. If I remember correctly, the documents also contain her declaration as a private entrepreneur for 2019, if I remember correctly. No, it's 2020, as I have stated in my written answers. Fine. On the 25th of January 2011, you bought a car, Cherry, of 2010 issue. You have declared the value 102,500 hryvnia. Please tell us, did you buy the vehicle with your own money? Over to you. Thank you for the question. So in 2011, I did buy Cherry of 2010. The purchase was made from a car dealership. The car was bought on a loan, and the lending agreement was submitted by me in my answers. I therefore bought the car whilst I was still married with my ex-wife with our own money. Victor, we have a question connected to this car, but in a somewhat different context. 17/01/2015, according to the information available by the NABU, your notebook was stolen from the car. Do you recall this situation? Yes. At the time, where were you working? At the time, in 2015, that was January 2015. If I remember correctly, I passed the competition and I started working for the NABU. Before that, I worked at the Security Service of Ukraine. So you worked for the Security Service of Ukraine, and it was your personal notebook, if I remember correctly. Not quite. It was a personal notebook of my ex-wife. Therefore, I wanted to ask you whether there was any critical or sensitive information lost through this theft. No information was lost. I had the notebook with me in the car at the request of my ex-wife. It's her personal notebook that she was using. It had a technical fault. This is why I took it in order to hand it over for repairs, which did not happen. Thank you. Thank you for your answer. In your property declaration, you have reported that you have acquired a Toyota Camry 2008 for 300,000 hryvnia, according to its assessment. Is this the money that was your own? Thank you for your question. I have provided an extended answer in my written answers, and it was my own money belonging to me and my ex-wife. Some of the money belonging to my ex-wife was a gift made by her father in her benefit, amounted to 150,000 hryvnia, and the rest was our own money, the income that I was making working for the NABU, her income, the income from the sale of the Cherry M11, and a minor amount of savings that I had, but we were below the reporting threshold.
Вказані відомості та про отримані у подарунок кошти задекларовані мною в моїй декларації.
– 23rd
on June 2020, the father Водопьяновый, your cohabitant Водопьяновый, acquired a car, Citroen Grand, made in 2010. So please inform us, was this car purchased at his own expense? What was the price of the car? And how does it correlate with the market value of the car? Thank you very much for this question. The information concerning the purchase of this car is absent. I don't have any possibility to request this information. The mother of my cohabitant took any measures to find any papers related to this transaction, but after the death of the father, who died in 2022, no documents were found, and there is no information about the transaction when it took place, so I have no information about that. Unfortunately, I don't have any information about this transaction, and no additional information can be provided. So it's important because the father has died. It's impossible to request any information, and the tax information and pension fund are not able to provide the relevant information with this regard. Let's finish with the cars, and then we'll continue. On the 21st of December, 2021, mother of your cohabitant, Mother Pianova, acquired a Hyundai Elantra car made in 2014. Please inform us what was the price of the purchase, and does this price correspond to the market value and the origin of funds for the purchase of the car? Thank you very much for the question. So respective documents were provided in my written answers. Just let me briefly tell you. The transaction was made with the mother of my cohabitant, and personally, the price doesn't exceed 290,000 hryvnias. It's indicated in my answer, as far as I understand. This is totally market value, and this car was purchased from his own savings. And so regarding and I gave you the answer about the origin of funds of the mother of my cohabitant. So you can find them in my written explanations. Please. Well, we have a question. There is a transfer of 280,000 hryvnias in 2020. The exchange rate was different than the purchase of the car. You indicate that this was her pension, salary, and since 1999. So she's been collecting 20 years the money, the money, and after 20 years she decided to spend them somehow by purchasing a car. My question is, first of all, you supplied information. She became a sole proprietor in 2020. What type of activity was that? I do apologize. I need to look through the papers because, as far as I remember, I provided answers. In my answers, I provided a declaration. Her type of activity was childcare or something like that. If you need, I can find the paper. Good. So that's her professional activity. Okay, but in this particular case, if I understand you correctly, all the money altogether from 1999, we calculated the income should be supposed to be 700,000 hryvnias over 20 years of her professional activity. So 700,000 hryvnias. Of them, in 280,000 hryvnias were used as a gift, and separately she spent money on the purchase of the car. Which means she's been putting aside like every month 500 or 600 hryvnias as a savings. Yeah, thank you for the question. Firstly, I would like to know that given the core exchange rate differences versus 1999, the very fact of combining the hryvnia amount or comparing it with it doesn't really reflect the salary generated by the person. And at the same time, I want to inform you, and I provided a written explanation, that the mother and the father of my cohabitant, they had worked not only they started their professional activity in the end of 1970s while staying abroad, working abroad. The entire period, the entire income. So I provided information about the mother's salary since 1999. I have no information about the father's income, but if I'm not mistaken, after I get certain explanations, and maybe you have this information or not, but the parents of my cohabitant were not officially married, but they lived as a single family. And as far as I know, from the words according to my cohabitant words. So I think that from the information that I provided,
курсової різниці, яка існує.
It's difficult to compare the income received from 1999 given the significant change in the exchange rate. I have a question from the general public regarding the credit line. It was open, the loan was open in the end of 2018. And the question is, why didn't you reflect the loan in your declaration? Concerning this, I gave you the explanations. The declaration of the loan should be done exclusively if on the last day of the reporting period of the declaration, the debt under the loan exceeds the limits provided by the legislation. So as of 2018, this debt didn't exceed this threshold.
Так, скажіть, будь ласка, відповідно до довідки...
So in accordance with the NABU certificate since April 2018 till January 2023, you have traveled 18 times on business trips, or 18 times abroad. So how did you travel? Where did you get the money for these trips? Thank you very much for this question concerning my trips abroad. I want to inform you that the detailed information was provided in my answers, and this information is supported by the documents that I have preserved as much as I could, and certain expenses. Out of these 18, 5 were business trips, and the respective supporting documents were provided by me to the Commission. The rest of the 13 trips were either tourist trips or personal trips, and all the trips that I made, I planned it personally, except for the 2 that took place in the period during the COVID times. These are the trips to Egypt, and I planned these trips using the travel agents. The expenditures are, they are wise and reasonable. Usually the trips lasted from 2 to 7 days, and the information is provided in my written answers. If you have any questions about some specific trips, I'm ready to do that, but I think I don't have enough time to do that because 2 minutes are left. Once again, a special request, please speak slower. Concerning the trips abroad after the 24th of February 2022, it's a very sensitive question. You provided information. Of course, it's not necessary for the security measures to tell in greater details about that. But could you just, how could you characterize your trips after the full-scale invasion? Should I give you the detailed information or general information? I had 3 trips. One of them lasted more than 18 hours. The other trip was, as far as I remember, lasted for 7 days from the, and my children reside abroad in Romania, in the city of Sadomar, 40 kilometers from the Ukrainian border, and I traveled abroad exclusively to visit my children, or now they reside with my parents, with elderly parents. My former wife cannot cross the border because she is a serviceman in Ukraine. So the maximum support I can provide to my parents, including my coming to and help them to take care of children, I provide this kind of support to them. And so all the trips were made within the framework of the Ukrainian legislation, and so only mobilized persons cannot cross the border of Ukraine, but but the NABU employees, as many other employees, some other employees are not subject to mobilization. Okay, let me formulate this question in a different way. So do these trips have any relationship to having rest or leisure? I mean, how do you? I can tell you for sure, they are in no way related to any rest or leisure. So I never traveled beyond the boundaries of Sadomaris city. So there were. So I never traveled from Romania to any other places, like resorts were made by me. So I stayed and I cared for my children.
Будь ласка,
Tell me, please, have you been have you been found guilty in the case of 29th of November 2019? It's an administrative case. Yes, thank you. There was a car accident, road accident took place, and under very heavy weather conditions. I was the driver of the official car, and the result of the accident, the official car was damaged, including the other car.
Так, як певне продовження
As a continuation of the pool of questions
відповідальності,
regarding the responsibility in accordance with the NABU certificate, there are two conclusions of the disciplinary commission of the 22nd of March 2022 and the 5th of January 2023.
притягнення вас до дисциплінарної відповідальності.
So could you please us tell about the reasons of such checks, and what was the reason for such checks? What are the results of these conclusions or checks? Thank you for your question. The respective, so the NABU has a procedure that provides for, so before the person is brought to disciplinary responsibility, there should be a meeting of the disciplinary commission, and it's done for the purpose of the internal investigation. The reason for investigation are the notes made by one of the members, one of the leaders of the NABU. I don't want to call his name because it's not very correct, but probably maybe the reason was the improper performance of the service by the detective from my department, and the official investigation automatically was made with relation to him and all the managers. In the first case, this was an issue about two detectives and the activity, and there was, in the second case, there was an investigation regarding one detective, and so all the leaders who were responsible for him were also subject to this investigation. According to the results of these investigations, certain conclusions were provided to the disciplinary commission. As far as I remember, the commission recommended to the director, and the director decided, found no reasons for the disciplinary responsibility. Okay, continuation of the disciplinary investigation regarding the conflict of interest. So according to information we received, your brother works in the National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine, and your cohabitant also works or used to work at the National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine. So could you comment on that? Yes, thank you for the question. My brother, according to my notes, my brother resigned in 2018. He didn't work as a public official. My cohabitant resigned from the NABU on the 9th of January this year, and she started new job. So she's no more a NABU employee.
Чи правильно я розумію?
Do you understand you correctly that your cohabitant and your brother to work together at NABU for a certain period of time? Is this true? Between themselves? No. Do you cohabitant and your brother, all of you did your work together at NABU? Don't you see the reasons for?
В тому числі такої спільної роботи з
Don't you
точки
see?
зору конфлікту інтересів.
Don't you see this as a conflict of interest?
Ні, жодним
No, not at all.
аналогічна відповідь надана мною.
I provided this in the answer in my explanations. I just want to inform you that my brother, during his work at NABU, has been working in a totally different department. My cohabitant worked in a separate structural division at all. So in no way they were subjected to me, and so there is no subject matter of the conflict of interest.
Кандидата на посаду директора ви зазначили,
So in your application, you indicated 2 persons, but not 3 persons,
ми запитали,
as that could provide reference letters concerning your immaculate
є, я так
reputation.
пані Олена Кроловецька. Скажіть, будь ласка, чи
So tell me, please,
коректним
is it correct?
вказувати таких осіб?
Is it correct to indicate this this person's in view of the future position as a director of NABU?
які вас рекомендують?
So the persons who referred you, they can become your subjects. What do you think about that?
Дякую вам за запитання. Ні, я
Thank you for this question. I do not perceive a problem about it, and I can explain my opinion. Firstly,
сильно поважаю як
I have the deepest respect for Olena Krolovetska as a professional, as an experienced and professional person. Surely, people listed,
в них чи можу я зазначити
from the people I listed, I asked whether I can list them as people giving me a reference. In my personal opinion, no one could
керівник
describe me better than my immediate supervisor, who had a chance to see the scope of work I do, the quality of work, and the positive and the negative
коментарів з приводу
performance indicators. As for her, giving me an impeccable reputation or reference, I did not ask her about the nature of her reference, or I'm certain that she is most professional, and I'm sure she will not give me an impeccable reference, but a real reference for my qualities.
Скажіть, будь ласка, чи
Tell us.
в Львівській області 5 січня
On the 5th of January this year was a road report drawn against you in Lviv region.
339?
так
Yes, on the 5th of January,
руху з моїми дітьми в сторону я
as I was driving towards the place of my stay, towards the stay of my children in Ukraine, I transported them from Zakarpattia to the place of their stay with my ex-wife. On the 5th of January, I collected them and took them to their temporary current place of stay. When on the way, the administrative report was drawn because I crossed the solid line. The circumstances were I had made a mistake. I mistook the dotted line. In Lviv, it is typical to have many exits from the driveways, and they are marked by a shorter dotted line, and I was overtaking. I misinterpreted the line, and I thought I had the right to overtake. I did admit to it, and the administrative protocol was drawn against me.
Будь ласка,
Thank you. Karen, over to you.
Yes, I had a follow-up question about the accident that you had in the official vehicle and about this most recent traffic violation. Did you follow the National Anti-Corruption Bureau's policies related to reporting these incidents to internal control and to your supervisor?
Так, дякую, Карен, за запитання.
Karen, thank you for your question. Yes, firstly, I would like to say that
Відповідного ДТП, яке відбулося,
when I had a traffic accident in 2019, it did happen on the service vehicle.
звичайно, що автоматично
Surely, I automatically reported my supervisor and the internal control department.
я керівник, наскільки я пригадую, керівник
As far as I remember, the supervisor and a representative of the internal control department arrived at the site, and also the court decision was made available to them. As for the protocol drawn
точно не пригадую,
this year, as for the traffic violation report drawn this year, I don't remember
на дане питання не можу.
precisely the date, so I cannot answer the question more explicitly.
Скажіть, будь ласка, мабуть, вам відомо, що мати вашої дружини
You must know that your wife's mother in 2020 traveled to Russia for a week, more precisely to Moscow. What do you know about the fact?
яка мета була цього?
What was the purpose of the trip and what was the timing?
Дякую вам за запитання.
Thank you for the question. Unfortunately, I do not know about it. I have no information about the fact. This is the first time I hear it from you.
Це підтверджена інформація.
The information has been confirmed.
Тут 2020 рік просто. Я
This is the year 2020,
що в цей час
considering
пенсіонер
that this is a time when a retired person had 500 to 600 hryvnia per month, makes an expensive gift, buys one Kia, or no, Hyundai vehicle, and the same year, in June,
придбає цей Citroen.
the father buys the Citroen car. And all this is happening in the same year, 2020.
Ви розумієте, що
You will appreciate
чи не повинна
why we have questions whether there's any connection between the events.
якась реальна там підприємство,
Is there
щоб можна було спростити
real business activity that could lift our doubts about it? Thank you.
Дякую вам за запитання.
Thank you for the question.
З приводу
First, doubts
які отримує
about the income received both by the mother of the person I live with
покійного батька.
and her deceased father. I did provide my explanations today. The numbers you are referring to, I would like to repeat that we need to analyze them, considering the exchange difference from 98 until present day. As far as I know, the pension from 2016 to 2023 is quite proportionate with her income, her living style, and expenses. I have provided the documented confirmation. As for her trips to Russia, her trips abroad, I cannot say anything. I did not know. I don't think I knew them at the time. I can say, as an example, the person I
З моїми
live
батьками
with met my parents in March 22 after the full-scale invasion, when assistance was needed to look after the children in Romania. So I had little information about the personal life, the travels of them, and I do not have the information, nor could I have the information.
Це питання знову.
Kirill, over to you. Victor, and again, it's related to your close person. So please tell us, the person you are living with has changed her place to work and is working in a different job. Why did your brother leave the position of the detective at the NABU?
Дякую вам за запитання.
Thank you for the question.
З братом, який в нас вікова різниця.
As for the brother, there's less than 2 years between us, and we are very close.
Коли він звільнився
And
бюро, то зараз у мене є виключно один. Я можу
I have one conclusion, and I can only share my opinion about his leaving NABU. I feel he opted for the family and not his work around the clock. That was different between us because the pace is crazy, the work is crazy at the NABU, and I'm okay with it, but he was not okay with it. When his child was born, he made the decision to leave the agency and start working in a private sector. It is clear. Let me then ask you a question about your autobiography. We had it today. You told us that you freely speak English and Ukrainian languages. Is this so? Yes, it is so. When Karen was posing the question, still you decided to use the interpretation support.
вільне володіння моєю англійською
My free mastery of English is confirmed by the documents I have submitted in my diploma about higher legal degree, and the wording is lawyer with the knowledge of English language. It is traceable to my documents that I have submitted to the Commission, part of my application. As for the question and answer, I feel
зараз
that now we are located in Ukraine,
конкурс
and I'm applying for the position
категорія державної
of the category of public service A,
на мене
and in my opinion,
можливо незначною
it
неповагою
might be a disrespect to the civic society expecting high-quality leader for this agency. Any communication, any dealings in the official events in Ukraine has to happen in Ukrainian language exclusively, and I abide by this rule.
Дякуємо.
Thank you.
У комісії.
Do we have any further questions to this candidate?
Дякуємо.
If we don't, let us thank him and wish all the best. Thank you.
Продовжуємо нашу роботу.
Let us continue the interviews.
В роботі конкурсної комісії прийшло свято.
Finally, we have something to celebrate here at the selection committee. We
Участь
are meeting the only woman representative with the woman candidate who is successfully competing.
кандидатом, до якої, як зараз
And
побачите, найменше
as we will all see in here, we have least questions from the members of the commission, from the civil society, but still we need to talk over these questions. We may have some other questions we may choose to ask you to provide your comments or opinions. So before we continue with the interview, I would like to ask you whether you would like to recuse any members of the commission. Good day, esteemed members of the commission. I do not wish to file any recusals. Fine, thank you.
питань.
Let us now proceed with the interview.
Будь ласка, скажіть, будь ласка,
Please, tell us.
за результатами аналізу вашої декларації,
Having analyzed your declaration for 2021,
кілька розбіжностей.
we have identified a few discrepancies. Income as your fee and some other civil
1400
contract deeds.
вказано 10,8.
There's a discrepancy because 13,417 and it's 10,800 stated in the declaration. We cannot see the fee you have received from the Ukrainian Women Law Association, your firm.
Доходи у вигляді гонорарів
There's no information about some other fees that you have received through legal deeds amounting to
267
10,260, 70,140, 40,320, 14,310 hryvnia reflected in the declaration. If you would please explain the discrepancies. Thank you. As I have answered in my written questions to the questionnaire, I can provide the following answers to these three questions. Firstly, about the amount I had received from the Renaissance Foundation. These are fees for my expert assistance delivered under the anti-corruption law pertaining to the academic and teaching activities in my free hours. So as I had stated, the declarations that I filled out as all we did when we did not have the duty to declare, but I submitted them to the commission. I stated the amount that I had received in my card bank account. I have not preserved any other data, so the difference must be explained by the taxes deducted. The money I had received was reflected by myself in my declarations. Secondly, as for the payment from the Ukrainian Women Law Association, URFAM, I will say so directly. When I was looking at the transfer to my bank account, this money went to a different card. So I forgot to report it. I noticed it after the fact when I received the question from the commission. So this is my mistake. I did not have the intent to disguise it because my participation was public. It was a publication made at the relevant website. There was no need, no reason for me to disguise my cooperation with the association. And thirdly, the fees received by myself as an expert for the Council of Europe, they were stated according to the completion of work certificates and the orders extended and paid to me. These are the documents for the period that I had to report. So everything I had preserved, I was able to file in my declaration. I did ask the documents to issue me the bank statement, and I collected all I could, and I reflected all in the declaration. Fine. In the declaration for 2018, you stated your mother, Plotnikova Natalia Viktorovna, as your family member, and you have declared her property status. Did you know about the acquisition in 2016 by Plotnikova Natalia Viktorovna of her right of ownership to a trailer to the boats and the right to use a watercraft and the income amounting to 45,200 hryvnia from the sale of the garage located in the garage cooperative in Kherson. In 2018, I filled out my first electronic declaration. This was the time when I started applying to the public office at the General Prosecutor's Office, so I had to file the declaration. My mother is stated as my related person because in 2018, a tragedy happened in my family. My father died. I spent some time with them using my vacation, and she spent some of the time with me in Kyiv. Considering that it was difficult to make the calculation whether we exceeded the 6 months required or not, to prevent any doubts in my integrity, I decided to report her at the time as a person of this category. I haven't lived with my parents for quite a while, about 20 years by now. As for her property status, I declared it according to the information given by my mother and what I knew myself. I tried to visit my parents once or twice a year. As for the garage, when I received the question from the commission, I asked my mother, and she confirmed that she did sell it but could not remember the year because they have not used the garage for quite a while. Because my parents 10 years ago moved away from the city of Kherson to the suburb, so the garage was idle. As for the watercraft, I wanted to explain that this is not a yacht, this is a boat, Krim, that my father bought some time ago to play safe, and he was perfectly right, so that should any emergency happen at the Kakhovka hydropower plant, they could evacuate the cat, the dog himself, and my mother. And this is exactly the case on the left bank of the Dnieper. So he registered in my mother. This transpired after his death. So we know that we have a boat, Krim, somewhere. Fine. So, tell us, do you have any joint publications with Chernykov, Yevhen Eduardovich? And is it true that you were his official opponent when he defended his thesis for the Doctor of Law? It is perfectly correct. I was his opponent in June 2020. His topic of the thesis is 12008, in which I hold a law doctorate. It was about criminal liability of a medical professional. I defended a thesis on countering negligence in office of the medical staff. The publication in question is the only publication in our agency journal. It was submitted in electronic form to the Commission. This publication had to do with the role of the prosecutor in implementing the decision of the European Court of Human Rights. It's very different to the topic of the thesis. It was not a scientific publication. This is just an analytical publication that was customary, published in the publication in order to inform the prosecution staff of the practices and novelties. This journal was dedicated to the case law of the European Court of Human Rights. Johan and myself made the publication. I led the department of the National Academy of the Prosecution, and Johan led a similar department. at the General Prosecution of Ukraine. So he provided the statistical information and we were asked to prepare the publication. I would not call it an article with all due respect to this newsletter. I have written scientific articles, so I would not claim that that could constitute an article. I appreciate if it was the publication of the National Legal University named after Yaroslav Mudrin, that would be a scientific article. I just wanted to make it clear, should there be questions. I have the highest respect for the Kharkiv School of Law. So I would like to ask you about this situation. I would like to ask you a clarifying question. Can you recall whether for Mr. Chernikov, he had just met the required number of publications? There had to be 2 articles and 3 theses as a minimum. If he had quoted more articles, let's say 5, 6, or 7, as a grounds for his admission for the defense of the thesis, that then we could leave this article out of the picture. Do you recall? I can tell you for certain that he did not even mention this article in the required publications for the defense of the thesis, because this journal was listed as the required publications of DAC, but I never used it to publish my scientific contributions. And Ivan has a lot of scientific contributions and they're in open access. I would like to go into the matter. I never thought I would explain it at this interview to this commission. At the time, I was one of the few authors of dissertation studies to do with a very narrow subject matter, the responsibility of the medical staff in criminology, in forensics. Yevhen asked me to be his opponent, but I only granted my concern when what the questions we had discussed was corrected. I can give my response as official opponent to his thesis. We don't need to look into that, but if you're telling us that this article, the joint article, was not listed by himself as the required number of the publications that he needed to show before being admitted for the defense of his thesis, we need to consider that there are no legal consequences stemming from this joint publication. Fine. Alexei, over to you. Thank you. We have the information that you have worked extensively with international organizations and Ukrainian organizations. The Council of Europe, the Renaissance Foundation, and others. If you could please explain what you do, the nature of your work, and what drives you to it. Thank you. Indeed, I have worked and I have my standing in a number of national projects as a national expert. My key line of expertise is implementation of the case law of the European Court of Human Rights, and more specifically, organization and implementation of the decisions of the European Court of Human Rights. To speak of the Council of Europe, I'll speak of an evolution of my cooperation. It all started at a time when I used to work at the National Academy of Prosecution of Ukraine, and it had to do with the training and capacity building for the aspiring prosecutors and acting prosecutors, and shaping the understanding that the case law of the European Court of Human Rights is an integral part of the national law, the way the case law should be applied, etc. I have joint studies practical studies covering Ukraine and the prosecutorial training system made jointly with international experts of the Council of Europe. I have developed a number of curricular and training systems. At a time, we have organized and delivered the preparation, an intensive course for the individuals that were hired in 2016 as the so-called the fresh blood to fill vacancies in the local prosecution offices. They were first learning about these matters. At the time, we organized a series of workshops and intensive seminars for the regional and local prosecution officers across the regions. We invited and received lawyers and senior lawyers of the European Court of Human Rights that have talked to the prosecutors, as we are now talking in this room, about the application of the law in practice. They discussed the difficult notions in simple words. And then I opted for a narrower subject matter area. And now I'm talking about the implementation of Article 3 of the European Convention of Human Rights and the enforcement of this, and that is prohibition of torture. I'm now working for the Office of the General Prosecutor, leading the relevant department, countering the violations of human rights in law enforcement and penitentiary field. To my experience of working for the office has to do with supporting capacity building and professional growth of the system for countering the torture and implementation of the group rulings of European Court of Human Rights, Kaversi, Belousov, and Afanasyev. These are the top cases that we're trying to move. Thank you. Pavelas, over to you for a question.
I am sorry, but I'd like to return back to the property issue and declarations. According to your declarations for years 2018 and 2012, your total income before taxation was around 1,700,000 grievance. However, no of mentioned declarations contains any information about the savings or significant expenses or investments. Could you please clarify this situation?
Thank you for your question. Indeed, I can say that it's about financial literacy and myself, first and foremost. There are no savings due to a number of events. I mentioned one of them. It so happened that in 2018, as you can see from the declarations, I do not own any property. I don't have a home. I planned to do it on 2 occasions, for the first time in 2018, and as of early 2018, we could speak of something similar to savings. In early 2018, we learned about lethal disease of my father, and the disease called for continuous support. We had to pay significant expenses daily, as I have reported, to keep him alive and to provide him palliative care and adequate life. My father died in early April, and formally all the savings that the family had, that I had, were spent this way. Before that time, my father was the breadwinner of the family. He worked for international contracts. He was recognized in his field. His last position was the assistant captain at a certain grade of vessels. So when my father passed away, I became the main breadwinner. And anything I earned, apart from him, I have the mother who has a second-degree disability and 2 grandmothers. spouse, one of whom died in 2020, and the other is living with my mother currently. So the money stated in my declaration was spent to cover my daily expenses. It was spent to renovate the homes that we had planned, but my father was getting worse, so we never did the renovations, and it was spent to support my family, as is still the case now, because my family now is living in the occupied territory, has no sources of income partially, and same ways all the income that I can mention went that way. Thank you.
Дякуємо. Появилось ще питання.
Pavelas, do you have a follow-up question? You still have the raised hand.
Not follow up, but it's still related to the properties. My question would be, in year 2016, your mother was found, we received such information, guilty in causing a road accident while driving a Mercedes-Benz. And there is no information in your declaration about the ownership of Mercedes-Benz. Could you confirm that your mother had or probably still has the Mercedes-Benz?
Дякую. Насправді я
Thank you. This is the first time I hear of it. As far as I know, in my family,
жодного разу не було автомобілю.
we never owned a Mercedes-Benz ever. My mother owns the car stated in my declaration for 2018, and that is a Chinese-made car. I'm not very knowledgeable about cars, but still, Geely, it's the Geely maker, the white
Тому
Geely. That's all we have. So perhaps I will ask her if she ever drove a Mercedes,
цього не знаю.
but I don't think so. I don't know of.
Так, дякую.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Say that was mistake.
Там лише по прізвищу, ім'ю, по батькові ідентифіковано. Можливо, у вас є...
So maybe there was something wrong with the identification of
Можливо, що
of the
дивно.
owner. Yeah, probably. But if you need all the, you can request information from the working group about this
Ще
case.
питання.
Are there any other questions?
Кирило.
Є одне коротеньке
Cyril? I have a brief
категорія
question.
питань. Саме
The favorite category question, namely reference. You mentioned one of them, Ivan Lishina.
Так написали в анкеті.
He's commissioned for the ECHR. I think you mean the representative of the Ukrainian government to the ECHR. As far as I know,
Ніколи не мав стосунків.
he had never had any relationship to the General Procurator's Office and prosecution in general. How can he provide you the recommendation? Thank you for the question,
Але пояснюю, чому, до речі, не було вказано.
but let me explain why I used him as the person,
Вони можуть бути
because we work in this similar system, and he's not a person from the prosecutor's office because I don't want to have any conflict of interest. I cooperated with him since 2017 because starting in 2017, there was the first structural division was formed in the academy and was in charge of implementation of ECHR, and they tried to explain what to do with the prosecutors. So it's impossible to work in this field on your own unless you cooperate with the Ministry of Justice. At that time, the commissioner for ECHR is part of that structure. Mr. Lishina was my opponent to some, because he had certain vision of what the prosecution office is supposed to do. And in other cases, we
голосу.
we had similar opinions, but he was indicated because he's aware about my professional expertise. He's aware of my professional growth, and he is aware of the hurdles in his way. So he can provide the professional opinion about myself.
Вероніка Петрівна, а ви, ну, я сформулюю це таким
Well,
чином.
let me formulate it in this way, the question. Have you publicly,
Стратегію,
have you,
тактику Національного антикорупційного бюро критикували?
have you criticized the
Публікації в соціальному
have you criticized the public policy of the NABU mass media, namely communication policy of the NABU? Well, the only point I can mention that policy is the case of Golden Mandarin. But it's was not the issue of the communication strategy, but since the information provided that mass media, what is and the way the Ministry of Justice communicates the information and how NABU communicates this case, it doesn't give you the whole, doesn't give you the general picture of the situation for the average reader. So
Це, в принципі, з усього того, що я для себе можу згадати.
this is everything I can remember about our case.
Я повністю про це можу бути відверто. Комунікаційна стратегія,
Communication strategy and communication policy operated for a certain period of time is evaluated through the prism of presumption of innocence. It's not a question about that somebody is better or somebody is worse, but this is the issue of what we can expect in the future in courts, both in our courts and in European court. And therefore, this issue is not about to prove that somebody has a better or worse communication strategy. No, this is just the issue about that we can create some problems by making improper publications in mass media regarding certain category of cases. Because a lot of cases have been revised because of the improper communication policies. You mean the public official statements? Yes, yes. The verified profiles at Facebook when they say we mentioned this publicly and we mentioned it during our trainings about these issues. I have no questions. Thank you very much.
Так, скажіть, будь
Well,
ласка,
tell me, in your questionnaire that you provided, you stated that you experienced the pressure by the person who was working for the working commission. What kind of pressure? What is the pressure? Who and how did you respond to this pressure? And thank you for your question. Let me be sincere. So in addition to professional circle, there was so-called public law. This is the civil work that I'm doing on my own. But since 2015 until 2020, I annually took part in the working groups that were in charge ensuring the coordination of certain selection commission works. This is no secret. Many people met me back then. So the first reorganization started in 2015 when the local prosecution offices were organized. And the last competition I took part in or engaged in was the reform of the prosecution office. At that time, but at that time has been already employed by the General Prosecutor's Office. I can give the examples. They are just generalized. I don't want to call any names because we use the presumption of innocence principle, but the pressure that I mentioned included the requirement to provide unpublished testing questions in text of the practical tasks, change the data in the list of participants so the candidate could pass to the next level. So I told frankly to such requests that I cannot perform them and I cannot do that. And I also informed the head of the working group about such request. And then they responded. As far as I know, in 2016, they were supposed to address the general inspection. But I don't know if the final decision was passed. Thank you. Thank you. Any questions? If there are no questions, thank you very much for participation. Thank you for your time.
Продовжуємо наші співбесіди з кандидатами. Зараз питання будуть ставитись Олександру Сергійовичу Риковцеву. Я хотів би нагадати, що ви отримали запитальник, в якому робоча група, конкурсна комісія виділила ті напрямки, по яких, на наш погляд, необхідні додаткові пояснення. Зараз ми їх сформували в відповідні пули, де питання щодо квартир, активів, авто, землі і так далі. Саме тому ми будемо йти не послідовно.
Will not follow the questions that we have in your questionnaire, but we will follow the blocks. So please, it makes no sense to repeat the information provided to you, because every commissioner has a respective profile of yours. So give us the brief arguments you consider as necessary to be provided. So please provide 2 or 3 minute answer to each question, because we cannot exclude that there will be additional question asked. In accordance with the agenda, we have 1 hour for this interview, but doesn't exclude that we can continue this interview, but the separate decision should be made by the members of the commission. But before we proceed to the communication, let me ask you one question. If you seek any recusals, thank you for the question. No recusal are requested. So please, in accordance to your property declarations, your wife, Lazarova Kovtseva, since 8th of September 2018, has jointly owns with her parents and sister apartment in city of Odessa. Could you please explain why in 2017 to 20 declarations you didn't specify this apartment at all? As I answered in the questionnaire, I didn't know that the co-owner should be indicated. I only had information about my wife's property, and I provided this answer in the questionnaire. So since 17 December 2014 till 12th of July 2019, he owned an apartment in city of Odessa that was acquired under the deed of gift of Mrs. Isachenko. In your property declarations for 2015 and 17, you indicated the area of this apartment is 55 square meters, and the date of acquisition is the 10th of January 2005. So please explain the discrepancies in the declarations. May I ask you what's wrong with the written response I provided to you? I mean the provision of the circumstances of providing this information. I have to repeat that I provided information about the registration of the title to this property in accordance with the extract from the title. I provided the copy of the extract, and I think the answer was obvious from the extract of title. We spoke about the erroneous date of acquisition. I indicated the date of acquisition as 10th of January 2005, and I indicated it because this was the date of the transfer of title. Maybe the question is about the date of acquisition is 17th of December 2004. As I have provided in my answers, I indicated the date of registration as the date of acquisition.
Розкриваємо всі ваші
We do not disclose all your answers for the general public. So there are some public questions,
вони надходять,
and they come from the general public
щоб не
in order to avoid any
питань до вас там
issues regarding you,
декларації. Ми
your declarations.
є реперні питання в суд давати.
This reference questions will be answered so that you publicly can clarify the situation and
Вже чисто, і ви
make sure everything is understood. Thank you for the explanation. I do apologize if I have to repeat what I have provided in my written explanations earlier.
Добре.
Good.
В деклараціях за
In your declaration for 2015-16, you indicated your place of registration as Odessa, Shishkina Street, Building 55, Apartment 14. You also declared in Chapter 3 the property items and this apartment as the joint ownership. Why in your property declaration for 2017, in your further declarations, you didn't mention information about this apartment? More transactions under which you disposed it. Please provide explanations. With great pleasure. This apartment of my mother, whom she received in 1989. Later, she privatized it. In 2017, she sold this apartment, and the sale was connected with the fact that in 2016, I entered NABU. I came from Odessa to Kyiv with my family. At the end of 2016, we knew that my wife was pregnant with second child. We resided in their rented apartment, and my mother decided to sell that apartment in Odessa in order to buy another apartment in Kyiv where we as a family could reside. So this is the purpose of the sale of that apartment. The sale took place upon her agreement with the seller. I think I described the circumstances of the sale in my written explanation. In fact, I didn't get any money from this sale, and the price of the apartment was 304,000 hryvnias, and I explained that it was much lower than the market price, and I provided the circumstances of such low price. And when in 2017 I submitted the declaration to NACP, I realized that I need to reflect the disposal of this my share in this property, 1/3. I remember the amount of the transaction. I divided it by 3, which makes 100,000. In Chapter 11 of declaration, I indicated as this 100,000 as the income. So I meant that I disposed of this apartment. By answering these questions, I realized that I could have indicated that information in Chapter 14, if I'm not mistaken. It's called. But at that time, I erroneously thought that that chapter dealt with transactions related to expenditures. I didn't make indication about the change about the property status. Although my mother sold this apartment because I didn't get any funds from the sale of this apartment. In my opinion, it would be correct to show that my property status has changed, because at that time there was no change in my property status. I didn't hide the fact of the sale of this apartment, and by me. I can remember maybe in the other answer I provided the official note to the NABU Internal Control Department, where I indicated my mother sold an apartment in Odessa, and she procured apartment in Kyiv using these funds. I hope if we have any clarification, if you need any additional answers, I can provide them to you with great pleasure. In accordance with the property declaration for 2015, you own an apartment in the city of Odessa, totaling 66 square meters that you acquired in 27 of 2012. Could you please explain the circumstances of acquisition of this apartment, its disposal, etc.? This is 66 square meters apartment. Yes. Well, this apartment was invested by my mother in 2009. She entered into investment agreement, and this agreement was performed at the expense of my mother, because back then I was studying in the institute. I didn't have any income at the time, but I was as a party to this agreement occasionally, because my mother was engaged in investing in various property units. She liked this site, the unit, together with other units, and she booked it in their sales department. So my mother called me and told me to come and enter into agreement, because she didn't have time to come back from the business trip to enter into the investment agreement, and she was worried that this apartment could be purchased by somebody else. So I came and entered into this supplementary agreement, and in the future she didn't decide to change the owner of this apartment, but money for this apartment were paid by my mother. I think there will be questions about this apartment in the future, I guess. Thank you. 2015, in your property declaration, you indicated apartment number 70 in the city of Kyiv is a place of residence in Solomensk Street. Could you please explain why information about this habitation is not indicated in the respective chapter of the declaration? I indicated the apartment in Solomensk Street as property items because we rented it. There were 2 apartments in Solomensk and Martyrosyan Street. There were 2 apartments. I apologize. Maybe I misunderstood your question. You provide information that information about this place of habitation wasn't specified in the declaration because I didn't use it in 2015. This piece of property. Yeah, understood. I used this piece of property starting March 2016 as a date of declaration. I resided in this apartment, indicated as a place of residence, because I thought the place of residence should be indicated as of the date of declaration. No. Do you want to change your answer? No. I understand what you mean. I don't remember the circumstances under which I indicated. There were several questions about this item. When I provided the declaration, I was residing in that apartment, and I indicated the address of the actual residence. I didn't reside there in 2015 because I lived in Odessa and never used this apartment. I do apologize. I'm quite nervous, and so maybe I can, mistake some questions about the same item. No worries. I mean, that's why we want additional explanations from you. Okay, on the 26th of February 2019, you acquired an apartment of 54 Odessa, in Odessa city. Could you explain the reason, the price of this piece of property? And this property, in fact, was inherited by me from my mother, and I inherited investment agreement that was called, if I'm not mistaken, agreement on the sale of property rights that she paid for back in 2014 and 15. At the time of inheritance, this building was still under construction, but after inheritance, the building was commissioned, and I could execute the title to this piece of property. So that was the inherited apartment.
Так, відповідно до ваших
In accordance with your property declarations from since 21st of February 2021, you rent a house in Boyarka, Kyiv region. Please explain the reasons and the terms of the rent and the area of the house. We, with my family, at the end of 2020, in December, we procured a piece of land in the Boyarka to build a house there. My son was supposed to go to school next year, and since we want to, in the long-term perspective, we wanted to build a house in the city of Boyarka, it would be good for him to go to school in Boyarka, not to change educational facility, because it can be quite stressful for a child who wanted to live in the suburbs. And my wife found rental announcement about the rental of the house. In beginning 2021, we moved to Boyarka because she entered into the lease agreement with the owner of the house, and I copied provided the copy of this agreement specifying the price of rent. Since we have no technical documentation for this piece of property, we have no idea what is the exact area of the approximately it's up to 100 square meters, because we have no technical documentation of this property item.
Будь ласка, батьки вашої дружини.
Parents, your wife's parents, on the 16th of August 2018, acquired 25% of share in the apartment of Odessa, 64 square meters. Could you please inform the reasons, the cost of this property? This property was acquired by the father of my wife, after he got the order from the enterprise he worked at in 2002. In 2017, as far as I understand, they executed the title to this apartment and in equal share for each family member. Therefore, this information, this was the source of this information.
Добре.
Good.
Будь ласка, відповідно
Please.
до інформації, яку надало НАЗК,
According to NACP information,
у розділі 10 нематеріальні
in Chapter 10, non-material assets of the declaration,
інформація щодо транзакцій
information about the transactions and balances of 31st of December 2021
надайте підтвердження,
is absent.
звідки взявся, який
How,
залишок
what kind of balance is this? How did it happen? In answer to this question, I made a screenshot. With my wife's permission, she opened her so-called cold wallet, where she had this cryptocurrency. She was very worried about that, but she treated me with understanding and respect to the commission. So I showed the outstanding cryptocurrency and the address you meant. Therefore, this is the confirmation of the information.
уточнюючи тоді
This is okay. Clarification question. In accordance to your property declarations for 21-22, your wife,
15.09
on the 15th of September 2016, acquired Bitcoin crypto worth of 191,859 hryvnias. Could you please explain the circumstances and the sources of funds to acquire this cryptocurrency. In 2016, my wife was very agitated about the investing into cryptocurrency. In my opinion, it was quite a risky endeavor, but she insisted that it can be profitable and can be very good in terms of future investments. So we had some savings at that time, and in using the savings from my salary, she decided to do this. Therefore, she managed to buy at that time the cryptocurrency worth of the amount I provided. I also asked my wife to provide the extract from her bank card, or statement from bank card statement, which she used to transfer money to the cryptocurrency exchange. And I indicated the dates, and I compared these dates with her expenditures for cryptocurrency that she recorded. She made special recordings like amount in hryvnias, amount in cryptocurrency, etc. So based on these recordings, I filled my declaration. Therefore, the sources of funds for the purchase of the cryptocurrency were my salary at NABU and our savings, and our joint savings with my wife. So we use them. I would like to clarify one point. So are we talking about the fact that your wife acquired the currency using her own funds, or your joint funds, or joint savings, or funds of the parents? The funds of the parents were not used for this transaction, but they would transfer from the parents' funds. No. This card belongs to my wife. No, I didn't mention anything about the parents. These were my savings, her savings, and savings from my salary that we used. And with my permission, of course, she used them. Good. Please use the microphone. In accordance to the information provided by NACP in Chapter 11, the Declaration for 2021, Income and Gifts, you stated that you stated the income from the leasing the property, but according to 2021 declaration, there is no information about this income. So could you please explain this information? It's difficult to explain that because I provided scanned copy of my tax declaration with receipts about this or the payment of taxes. I don't know. I don't understand why this information is lacking at State Department, this State Register of Individual Taxpayers. Okay, it's impossible to establish under this cold wallet the transactions and the balances. Okay, you bought the cryptocurrency in 2016. Yeah, the wife, not me. My wife bought the cryptocurrency. Okay, your wife. Since 2016 until 2022, how did you use these funds? What is the destiny of this cryptocurrency? Okay, this is quite a brief story. So, cryptocurrency was bought at Ukrainian cryptocurrency exchange. It's called PTC Trade, if I'm not mistaken. Further on, this cryptocurrency was transferred to American Poloniex exchange, and that was the period when my wife was very enthusiastic about cryptocurrency industry, and she tried to trade this cryptocurrency with regard to other so-called altcoins. If you see, every day the rates are changing, and you understand where you can get some money by selling and buying different currencies or coins. She got burned on side transactions because at some point of time when we realized there is a general trend in the cryptocurrency market. When it goes up, everybody's making money. But it goes down, everybody loses money. And in the beginning, in relation to these altcoins, she lost a lot. She lost more than half of. She bought around 12 bitcoins back in 2016. But being patient, and after a certain period of time, maybe it lasted 1 year or so, 1.5. The price of altcoin to Bitcoin restored, and she transferred Bitcoins to altcoins, and then decided not to mess with that because it's quite, for an unprepared person, it bears a lot of risks, the risk of losing your assets. So she decided to buy a cold wallet and remove it from the exchange, because at the time the Bitcoin rate has increased, and we didn't want to lose this asset. To safeguard ourselves, in 2018, this cryptocurrency was transferred to the cold wallet, and nothing has happened ever since. If I understand you correctly, all this time, regardless of the fluctuations of the exchange rate, you never made any actions. So you have this cryptocurrency in Bitcoin, and it's stored on. So you said that half of the cryptocurrency you lost. So at what point of time, at which stage of time you recorded the loss, and so what is your plan? What are your future plans for the currency? What's your attitude to cryptocurrencies itself? Let me answer these questions consecutively, so everybody could understand the logic. So the loss or decrease of the volume of the asset happened at the exchange during 2017, maybe 16 or 17. But I think mainly it happened in 2017, since with the attempt of playing on at exchange. But when it restored, and according to the exchange rates, my wife transferred this asset into Bitcoins, and then transferred to the cold wallet. We didn't do anything with that cryptocurrency. It's difficult to tell me what is our plans about the cryptocurrency. Maybe it will continue to grow in price. It makes no sense to sell it now. We don't need any additional resources for our family, but you know, my attitude to the cryptocurrency is that these funds can be used for malicious purposes, because they allow because these funds can be used, transactions between wallets can be used in such a way that cannot be traced. And at the same time, they can be used for the investment purposes. And if you have funds, you can lose, and you have strong nerves to do that. But if we have to convert that cryptocurrency into real money, then in my opinion, we have to pay taxes in this case. As of today, the issue of taxation of the cryptocurrency is not regulated at the moment. But but my opinion, the person should pay 18% of personal income tax and military fee. According to the screenshot I provided to you, we can see the amount of funds that I have on our cryptocurrency wallet. Pavelas?
Thank you. As already was mentioned that your wife acquired cryptocurrency in a total amount around 190,000 grievance. But at the same time, analysis of your declarations to year 2015 and 16 shows that the difference between incomes and expenses and savings, if it's no mistakes made, amounts only around 4,000 grievance. So my question is, what are your family's monthly average expenses, so-called maintenance cost, food, heating, electricity, and so on? And how did you manage to cover all your living expenses per year, only having around 4,000 grievance?
Шановний пане Повілосе,
Mr. Pavelas, it would be easier to answer this question if I could see the calculations you're talking about, because my family, for sure, didn't live for 4,000 hryvnias per month, but maybe we record 10, we spent about 10,000 hryvnias per month at that time, because when I came to NABU from the tax police, where I worked as the investigator. My salary in 2015 amounted to approximately 3,500 hryvnias, 3,800. So when I received the first salary in NABU, my hair stood on end because it was corresponding to my annual salary in the tax police. So we spent each month about 10,000 hryvnias per month. This very good stage of our life. We could save a lot of money thanks to abrupt change in material circumstances. Unfortunately, in the future, when you count on the funds on a greater salary, it's difficult to save as much as you want. But that year was characterized by high savings. I could answer this question in great details if I could see your calculations. And thank you.
Я тоді дозволю
Okay, let me
відповісти частково на ваше
answer partially your question or your question about the specific figures
продовження запитання.
in continuation of Pavilas' question.
Наведу просто наступне.
Just let me provide you with the following information, and then you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Ви декларуєте
You declare that in 2020, you indicate your wife owns Bitcoin that was sold from July to September in 11 transactions, and the total amount is 191,000 hryvnias, the price of procurement. In 2016 declaration, your income and your wife's income before taxation was 473,000 hryvnias, and the savings as of 31st of December 2015 are not indicated. Is this right? Is this a question? This is the calculation you asked me about. I answered that we had some savings, approximately 50,000 hryvnias and up to 60,000 of my wife's. They were not indicated because they were under the threshold under the threshold of declaration.
Тобто вони були, але просто
So you had, so they were not subject to declaration
незначний, а доповнення.
because they didn't reach the threshold value. Yes.
Ну, тоді навіть з урахуванням
Okay, even take into account. Can you
їх розміру, якщо він був допороговим,
can you just tell the approximate amount? So approximately, I had 50,000 hryvnias myself and up to 60,000 hryvnias of my wife's savings. I know that.
Ну, тобто плюс
So plus
100 тисяч гривень
100 plus 100,000 hryvnias to calculations that I have. So if we disregard what you have just said, the difference between the income and expenditures is 51,400 something hryvnias. So okay, we can add 100,000 hryvnias you just mentioned. In aggregate, we have 151,547 hryvnias to provide for yourself, for your family during the year. Do you understand correctly? Is okay. So in the context, what yes, in the context of our conversation, is more or less true.
Так, далі йдемо.
Well, let's continue.
Щорічній майновій декларації
In your annual declaration for 2017, you indicated income from disposal of real property in amount of 100,000 hryvnias
надавши інформацію про джерела доходу.
without providing the source of the income. Do I understand you correctly? We're talking about this sale of your share, 1/3 in the apartment. Yeah. At the same time, in the sale agreement, you have provided, you were one of the sellers, and so the apartment was sold for 304,000 hryvnias that sellers received from the buyers in respective portions in full. But after that, you didn't declare 100,000 hryvnias. As I have mentioned earlier, this is the apartment that was sold by my mother. In these 100,000 hryvnias, I identify by dividing 300,000 by 3, and I mentioned them in annual declarations as income from the sale of property. I didn't actually receive this income. This is just a formal standard formulation in the sales agreement that provides that the sellers receive funds from buyers. But in this specific case, I didn't get any funds myself. They were received by my mother. And the only I had in this transaction is given the permission to the sale of this apartment, because without my permission, she couldn't sell the property unit. On the 3rd of October 2018, you inherited from your mother Toyota Yaris, made in 2017, an apartment in the city of Kyiv, and land in Protopopivka village, or Bilaev district of Odessa region, an apartment in Odessa city. Please inform the cost of this property and all these items. How did your mother acquire all these items? Okay, with great pleasure. I can briefly comment on my answer. I inherited a 2007 Toyota Yaris car. It was procured by my mother in 2007 at approximately $20,000 so I can remember that she received as requesting a debt from the person who misperformed on the purchase and sale agreement of the land plot. I provided the scanned copy of that agreement And also, I'll give you the claim about the request in this money. So she received $30,000 through the executive proceedings, and part of these funds were used to buy a car. Regarding the apartment in Kiev, let's move on. Yeah. So regarding the apartment in Kiev, it was procured in 2017 after sale the apartment in Odessa, which I have already mentioned earlier. And I informed the internal control department about that, or the anti-corruption bureau, because since I informed that my mother bought this apartment for 1,260,000 hryvnias as the result of the sale of apartment in Odessa. I also inherited the land plot of my mother that is located in Odessa region in the village of Protopopivka, and we obtained it in 2007 in accordance with the land code of Ukraine by requesting the village council to provide her the land plot for construction. This land plot was received free of charge, and she even planned to build a house. I never visited this land plot, but if you ask me about this land plot, I can answer the question. Apartment of 65.9 square meters in Odessa. This is an investment apartment that I have told about earlier. I was the investor occasionally, and it was paid by my mother. It was executed in my name in 2012, but in 2015 I donated to my mother since she had a conflict of residence with the service cooperative. I was even elected the head of the OSBB, but I couldn't do that. In 2015, my mother wanted to continue this fight. I donated this apartment so she could be the owner of that apartment in the building, and she could deal with those issues. So the acquisition of this apartment took place from me. I think I have answered your question. Okay, let me ask more narrow question. The cost of this property is about 2 million hryvnias. At the same time, the documented income of your mother is about 400,000 hryvnias. I understand why you have this question. It's quite logical, and my mother was engaged in investment activity, and she received from my father in the year 2000 approximately $20,000 because my father was traveling abroad for permanent residence, but she left us some savings made by him because of his entrepreneurial activity. My mother started to invest the funds. Well, I just finished school and became a student, and I know this information from the context of her activity. She never told me about her business, but approximately in 2002 she started to invest in construction objects, and she started to make money on investments. I suppose that she didn't declare this income, and at that time there was a very low tax culture, and I disagree with that and do everything in my life to be a role model and I think every taxes should be paid, but concerning her official income, I suppose that indeed this information wasn't reflected in her official income.
Дякую. Скажіть, будь ласка.
Okay, tell us, in declaration for 2019, you indicated the income from leases and property, but didn't provide information about the source of the income. And you yes, I don't understand why this information is absent. There is no reason to hide this information. This income was received from leasing apartment in city of Odessa, and which I inherited from my mother. No, I didn't inherit it. I apologize. This was my property. But since I resided in Kiev and the apartment was in Odessa, I couldn't engage in leasing. So I asked the parents of my wife to do with that because I had nobody to ask to do that. So they dealt with these issues, and the money received from the lease were reflected in my tax declaration. They told me the name of the lessees, and I just asked them why this information is not reflected. My wife's mother. There was a lady named Ludmila. I cannot find her telephone number. The person of the leasee, I mean, and I doubt that Did you submit any declarations in 2016 or 17 to an ACP? It's strange when you ask me. It's very strange that you asking us. I'm asking in the context that during those years, there were a lot of mistakes about submitting declarations. Because at that time, people were lucky just to preserve the declarations, regardless of many attempts to submit them. So maybe there was some technical error. I cannot remember why this person was not indicated. Maybe I have indicated this person, but information was somehow lost. Well, in Chapter 12 of the monetary sets of the property declaration for 2021-2022, you indicate 1,143,175 hryvnias as the payment under the purchase and sale agreement of apartment. Could you indicate the details of this agreement? This was my investment into apartment, in a newly built apartment that is still under construction. It was made since I sold the aforementioned apartment that was rented in the city of Odessa. I sold it for 1,332,000 hryvnias, and I also paid the tax for the seller because I didn't want to indicate the full amount of the transaction. And I made this investment in Kiev, 1,476,000 hryvnias. So I invested the money that I received from the sale apartment in Odessa. Our family realized that we'll never come back to Odessa. And it was difficult to care about the property in Odessa. I didn't want to put this burden on on the parents of my wife. We didn't want to do that. That's why we decided to sell two apartments. Two apartments of Odessa that belong to me, and so we used these funds to buy apartment in Kiev under investment agreement. Thank you. Could you please explain, in accordance with the information available, you received income declared by the individual in third quarter 2022 in the amount of 6,904,000 hryvnias. Could you please explain the reception of such income? As I have indicated, this income correspond with the tax declaration provided, and they comprise the NABU salary, income from leasing real estate, and income from the sale of the real estate in different years. I want to state that while answering this question, I found some discrepancies in 2018 between the amount indicated by me in the NACP declaration, namely 102,000 hryvnias, but because I indicated 84,000 hryvnias, and I found this discrepancy while I was answering the questions of the selection commission. I found that the mistake was made in the tax declaration because the NACP declaration was filled by myself, and I asked the parents the exact amount they received from the lease of my apartment. But the tax declaration, I asked my wife to fill the tax declaration, and she did that. Maybe she didn't pay attention to the discrepancies in these figures, and I submitted the tax declaration and paid taxes. But now, when I found this discrepancy, I was consulted by the state tax service, and I provided the clarification declaration, and I paid the additional tax for the difference of 20,000 hryvnias. And concerning the amounts specified each year, namely my salary, income from the lease of a property, and income from the sale of real estate. In 2020, there was a salary, income from the lease, and the sale of real estate. In 2021, this income from in 2022, there were two incomes from the lease of the apartments.
Скажіть, у вас за наявною поданою вами інформацією, ви прийняли участь
So, according to the information you have provided us, you've attended at least 5% trainings. Please tell us about the subject matter of the business training and why were you interested in attending the business trainings. These were not the business training, but rather development training with a business trainer. I did state this business trainer as one of the persons that could give me a reference, because the way I understand her objective was to assess the participants according to a number of criteria, including professional criteria. These trainings were organized by our workplace. They were organized for the detectives. They had different subjects such as leadership, management, soft skills as they are known, emphatic listening, and other skills that can help detectives improve their team performance and dealings with the third parties. Indeed, looking at your profile, you are a vessel driver, a tax officer, a detective. I know you have a lot of strengths. And we need to still look into disciplinary liability or in-service investigations. Could you confirm or disprove the fact of an in-service investigation pertaining to yourselves amongst others in 2019? And how is it connected with my being a navigator? I'm just trying to summarize your life experience. Let me answer the question. Unfortunately, our line of work always involves a certain pressure on detectives, on the institution. Overall, I have the strategy for the development of NABU for 2021-23 that was mentioned by the applicants working for NABU during their interview. So I wanted to say that the strategy provides that the successes and achievements of NABU over corruption have caused a systemic resistance to the institution from the oligarchs, politicians, certain business structure, creation of some fictitious grounds to try to discredit the institutions or a particular case. Thus, in 2019, there was an in-service investigation following the complaints filed with internal control units by the representatives of the businesses belonging to one of the members of parliament of Ukraine, because, as I see it, our investigation stopped the siphoning of the funds belonging to the Ukrainian Railway Company in the interest of the business structures. These complaints were reviewed, and following them, I even have the decree. I was prepared to answer this question. So this is a decree I would like to read out to you. It's a closed disciplinary proceedings against the senior detective because there are no indicators of a disciplinary violation. This is not the only case. Many detectives are subjected to similar pressure, which is unpleasant. Sometimes criminal cases are initiated against us, and we have to provide more than explanations but testimony in a number of cases. Sometimes when the initiation of the case is declined, the complainants go to the court. Thank you for your answer. How many such cases, disciplinary investigations or submissions were made against you over the course of your career at the NABU? If I remember correctly, this is the only disciplinary proceedings. I'm certain this is the only one. Since 2010 to 2016, you were the investigator for the tax police. Yourselves, you have mentioned a very low of the pay, which was true at the time. I have two questions to you. In what way could you fund your family receiving such pay? And as for your line of work, have you seen any corruption risks manifest in the organization that you worked for? And what was your response to them? Thank you. I would like to clarify. I worked from 2010 to 2016, and it's not only linked to my work as an investigator. I joined the investigative units in 2014 as part of the tax service. I think it was 2013 or 2014. Before that, I worked in the tax intelligence unit as the detective or investigator, and I did not do the investigations proper. I did the covert investigations. My pay was roughly the same, so that has little bearing on the essence of your question, but still. You have mentioned the low pay. That all stands in comparison. If we compare that with the pay that NABU detectives get, yes, the pay was very low. But if we compare the pay with the average pay of the investigators, detectives, and their ability to support a family, I was in the same conditions financially as the category of These professionals, we did not live in luxury. The salary did not afford luxuries, but my wife was also making pay. She was making more than me. She was working for the bank. And when answering the questions, she recalled that she had the pay of 5,000 revenue and 3,800 revenue, just as you had said. So as a family, we had these funds to support us. As for the manifestations of corruptions, whilst I was serving there, I really wanted to join the NABU when it was created. It was a great dream for the tax police officer. The degree it's difficult for me to explain what a major dream it was to be. It was for a tax police officer to become a NABU detective. To be investigating the tax, it's a challenging job because every case can lead you to a different sector of the economy that will call for an inquiry or research. But the conditions in which the tax investigators, tax detectives find themselves, I could not accept them. The stress was very high because the supervisors tried to lead the investigations within a certain direction that I could not accept, and my stance was known in that I would not keep quiet if I could not disagree, and I would not make pretenses, and that was apparent to them. Therefore, there were some tense relations with me, there were conflicts. I was not given direct instructions, do this or do that. So I had to take pressure and continue as if not to allow some conditions that would lead to the evasion of liability. It was difficult. Now, I have a question to the members of the Commission. The matter is under the terms, under the rules of procedure. The hour has come to the end. We have 2 minutes remaining, but we still have some questions we may pose the candidates. So I would like to put to the vote whether we can continue the interview. If you are for continuing the interview, please vote. Alexei Savchuk 4, Kirilo Lakey 4, Pavila Smolakauskas 4, and Karen Greenway is 4. Myself, I'm also voting for. Thank you. So let us continue then. Tell us, please. From the 7th of February 2012 till 15th of June 2017, you owned a vehicle, Suzuki Genie 2007. Please tell us, how did you come to buy it? On what grounds did you acquire it? Whether the value was consistent with the market price at the time. I bought this car in 2012. You looked at me inquiringly, so I doubted whether it was 2012. It was 2012, with the money owned by my mother. It cost approximately $15,000, 120,000 hryvnia. I remember very well the amount because I promised to return the money to her, but I hadn't had the time. Later, in 2017, I sold the car. Having sold the car for 180,000 hryvnia, I reported it to the National Agency for the Prevention of Corruption about significant changes in my assets and informed the Internal Control Department about the sale of the vehicle. How, as I was answering the question posed by the Commission, I discovered that the information about the proceeds from the sale of the car was missing in my declaration. I cannot clearly explain why it's missing there. It may have not been saved as I was entering the information to my declaration several times. I didn't save, and I didn't notice when I was filing it that it was missing there, but I definitely had no intent to disclose the sale of this car. As once I sold it in 2017, I did not keep the documents about the car, but it was definitely bought at the market value. I appreciate that you had no reason to disclose. You should be proud. You should be proud that in 2012 you bought it for 120,000, drove it for 5 years, and then sold it for 180,000. But that was $6,000 and not 15 as before. You have told us in your answers to your questions about pertaining to your income, 84,000 hryvnia as income from the lease of the apartment in Odessa, 110 Velikana Street, and some other properties in Odessa and Kyiv. So tell us,
Порядок і розмір податків, які сплачуються вами
what
після отримання
taxes do you pay once you receive the lease revenues? I pay the lease stated in the agreement based on consent of the parties. So if it's
яку суму податків?
1,000 hryvnia, then multiply by 12. But what taxes do you pay? I pay 18% personal income tax plus 1.5% military tax, military duty. There's no sublease, unified tax, definitely not. Thank you for your answer. Thank you. You have inherited a land lot in Protopopivka village. What is on the land lot? What is currently located, what used to be located, and what use is made? Many candidates thank the committee, and I would like to thank the committee for the question. I discovered that something is located on this land lot. The matter is that this is a land plot of my mother, received in 2007. She started the construction. I knew it from her. I never visited the land as it is located about 25 kilometers away from Odessa. And if we count my area where I live, it must be 35 kilometers away. I never had the need to visit it. My mother, wanted to build a house there. I knew that someone stole the construction materials. This upset my mother. She realized that she cannot and does not want to oversee construction at the site, so she did not proceed with it. And it's just a lot in my understanding. But when the commission raised the question, I started thinking what could happen and what could be located there, and I started being concerned that it happened without my knowledge. So I went to the internet and I used the service showing the location of the land lots on the map through a satellite image, and identified that there could be an incomplete construction site, such as a foundation and some wall fragments. I do not know. I intend, whenever I happen to be in Odessa, I intend to go and see the site, what's happening there, and if yes, I will declare it as an incomplete construction site on the land lot. But I had no knowledge of it. Thank you. On the 29th of December 2020, your wife had a land lot in Boyarka, town in Kyiv region. From the 7th of July 21, you have declared an incomplete construction site on the land, a house. At the same time, at the time of the acquisition of the land lot in your property, it already contained a house or incomplete construction site. Could you please elaborate? That question found me by surprise because it couldn't exist before, because the construction started in July 2021. This land was acquired by us in late 2020 in order to build a house. In July 2021, my wife received a notification through DE system, DE application about the launch of construction. So we started building there. When answering the question, I provided the photographs to the commission made by myself. I believe it was me who was making the photographs in July, August, September, October, starting with the pit for the construction site up to the semi-completed house. So I assume it can either be confusion about the date. It may not to do with the picture, but some version of the service. Or this must be a technical mistake of some kind, because the house could not have existed at the time. Fine. And to continue with the question posed to you by Kirillo, and to seek further explanations from yourself. Still, we would like to clarify. According to the data of the tax block, you are mentioned as the chief accountant of the house owner community. Also, according to the EU control, you are the acting head of this house owner association Svoboda. Is this information correct? And on what grounds have you developed the labor relations with this house owners association? This house owner association, Svoboda 43, I was the chairman. I was elected chairman by the owners of the premises, as they wanted to independently maintain the apartment and service it. In 2012, I started trying to change the ownership of the house. I tried to engage with it. We even tried litigation. Fortunately, that did not succeed, and I could not allocate more time. This association did not have any funds. There was no money on the accounts. As for we did not have a chief accountant, and I assumed that the tax system would automatically collect the system about the chief accountant, and it would mention the chairman of this association if no chief accountant is registered. I gifted the apartment to my mother because she wanted to be in charge of these homeowner association matters, and since I could not be the chairman of this homeowner association or represent it, as I could not be a member because I did not have ownership on an apartment in this building. Accordingly, I informed the members of the board of this homeowner association about the need to elect a new chairman. However, because people had lost faith by then in their fight for their rights, it took a long time to find a person amongst the homeowners who would agree to continue to fight for the rights of the homeowners. As of now, I know they have a new chairman now. She is looking into the matters, but still this house has not been segregated, and this homeowners association has had no economic activity since 2012 till now. Thank you. Kirillo, Alexei,
члени комісії.
members of the Commission,
Що питань немає.
do we have any questions? Unless we have any questions, we'll say thanks to the candidate and wish him all the best. Thank you.
Продовжуємо нашу роботу.
Let us carry on with our interviews. The interview with the candidate, Руденко Олександр Володимирович. I would like to remind you, before we start the interview, that we have sent you a questionnaire asking you some questions about some questions where we wanted to receive your explanations. We will ask you not to read out the written answers you have sent us, as we have all the materials before us. The translated materials have been sent to our international members. Please answer our questions within 1 or 2 minutes. This does not mean, however, that we shall only talk to you based on the questionnaire. We will mostly stay with it, but should we have any connected questions, then we will be posing these questions to you. We will not proceed in the same order as the questions in the questionnaire, but to simplify your answers and to simplify the perception of your answers, we group the questions into your properties, apartments, and other issues. We have 4 or 5 such blocks. So I'm saying this to explain we may be jumping between the different questions in the questionnaire. So before I proceed with the specific questions, I wanted to ask you whether you would like to recuse any members of the Selection Commission. I have no recusals. Thank you. Then let us start. Let us start the interview. On the 7th of 12th, 2002, you acquired a different right of ownership, the right to use an apartment free of charge with an area of 41.67 square meters located in Kyiv, which belonged to the company Hamster Club. During your interview for the competition of the head of ARMA, you stated that you came to acquire the right because of your labor relations with the owners of the stated property. If you could please explain. As I had explained in my answers, it may not have been said clearly during the ARMA competition because the signal was very low. I had difficulty hearing the Commission, and the Commission had difficulty hearing me. Please be mindful of the interpretation. The grounds for the acquisition of my right of use of the said property arose out of the free use agreement that I submitted to the Commission. The idea was that at the time I needed a registration of a place of stay as a fact, and the free use agreement provided my right to be registered at this address. As I did not have a property in the city that I could live in Kyiv, and I still do not have one. Therefore, being for a long time with the owners of the company aforementioned since the early 2000s, when I offered legal advice to them, and I have the documents that can be linked to the period, like the powers of attorney confirming my words. So, having this ongoing relationship, with their consent, we signed a free use contract, which is still valid, and I'm still registered at the address. I never lived at the address, and I'm not planning to live there. I'm not planning to use this property. The question posed to me, the questionnaire was, why was the agreement drawn with one organization? However, I state a different organization as the owner. The thing is that prior to 2014,
Одна організація.
this property was owned by one organization. In 2004, the title was handed to a different organization, and I filled out the declaration as of today and stated the organization currently owning it. Thank you. If we can ask you more detail about the information you have given us, that this company is owned by Adi Melikhov, collected to Ihor Kolesnitsa, the beneficial owner of the Portal Bank, where you are the member of the steering board, where you were issued a loan amounting to 1,700,000 hryvnias. Is there any connection? There's no connection whatsoever. The loan, this loan is a credit line or an overdraft. Initially, I received it back in 2016. Answering the first question, in the questionnaire, I said that since 2015, I had no dealings with Andriy Melikhov. On the 30th August 2011, your mother, through the contract and sale deal, acquired an ownership of a house located in Irpin with an area of 37.7 square meters. On the 13th of October 2015, she acquired a property title to a landlord under the said house. Could you please explain the grounds, the sources of income, and the discrepancy in the years? I had nothing to do with this transaction, and I know about it from my mother and my brother. My brother organized the deal. According to him, it was bought for 23,000 hryvnia at the time. It was a small house that was intended to be re-equipped to have my mother living her retirement close to Kyiv. And the discrepancy is that first that the house was bought and then the landlord was privatized. This is the explanation that I can provide as a lawyer. I don't have the documents or anything else about the deal, and the location of the property is the part of Irpin that came under occupation, and the documents were destroyed. The house was looted. The safe was broken where the documents were stored. I did not store them there prior to the purchase of the house, and the landlord, I had no connection. Fine. Tell us, according to the information stated in your property declaration, your money in 21 went down by 710,000 hryvnia. So in the end of 2020, it constituted 835,000 hryvnia in cash, $70,000 US in cash, 30,000 euros in cash. Instead, by the end of 2021, your currency assets have not changed, but in hryvnia, you had only 125,000 hryvnia remaining. No income was reported for 2021, including that for alienation of property and return of loans. At the same time, you state that you have paid the interest under the loan amounted to 589,333 hryvnia. So your monthly expenses should have constituted about 10,000 hryvnia. If you could please provide explanations as to the following. Indeed, in 21 I did not have income. The money declared was declared from the declaration of 2020, resulting from my business of providing legal services. So I had declared my income. I used some of the money to pay the interest, and I had the remainder to support my expenses, as I did not live in Kyiv and did not need significant expenses to cover my living expenses. According to the data in your property declaration for 2020, stated in Section 13, Financial Liabilities, on the 22nd of May 2019, you took out a loan from the bank portal, we mentioned earlier, amounting to 1,700,000 hryvnia. According to the data declaration for 2020, the remainder of the loan at the end of the period comprised 1,847,333 hryvnia, and the interest paid on the loan 294,769 hryvnia. According to your declaration of 2021, the remainder of the loan at the reporting period again comprised 1,847,333 hryvnia, and the interest paid on the loan comprised 589,333 hryvnia. According to the data of your declaration for 2021, the balance of the loan has remained unchanged. If you could please explain. The interest was paid for using the loan, but the loan principal has not been paid out. The contract expires this year, and I will pay out my loan with the funds available to me. It is clear.
Відповідно до наявної інформації протягом 22
According to the information available to us, you have not received any income in 2021. So how then were you able to maintain your assets and fund yourself? According to my declaration for 2022, my cash went down by 30,000 euro and by 50,000 hryvnia. This is how I maintained my property, met my needs. I had to repair my cars and cover the expenses.
Будь ласка, Повілас.
Повілас, over to you.
I'm sorry, I'd like to return to the previous question concerning the loan of 1.7 million from the bank. According to your CV, you are the member of supervisory board of the bank. Please correct me.
Так, є.
I am the member.
In this case, could you elaborate on this situation? And is there a conflict of interest, or can be a conflict of interest?
Ні, конфлікту інтересу не виникало.
No, there was no conflict of interest, as this question, according to the bank regulations, was addressed by the board of directors, and the steering committee had no connection to it whatsoever. I was not making the decision about the issuance of the loan.
А ви зі свого боку, ви не вбачаєте тут конфлікту інтересів?
On your behalf, do you perceive a conflict of interest here? No, there's no conflict of interest.
Так, згідно з наявною інформацією,
According to the information available to us, in 2018, you received the income amount to 2,004,481 hryvnia.
у 2019 році
In 2019, your income constituted just 710 hryvnia, but you bought a car worth 450,000 hryvnia. In 2020, your income, according to the NABU certificate, comprised 900,000 hryvnia, but in your declaration for the candidate for 2020, you declare the cash in foreign currency amounted to $70,000 and 30,000 euro. Could you please explain the sources of income of the currency funds? The sources of the currency funds is the profit from the business in the field of law converted into currency and reflected in my declaration. The information stated in the NABU certificate does not incorporate the income that I received from the sale of the car, amounted to 300,000 hryvnia, so I had greater income, but 900,000 hryvnia was the taxable income as my business profit, and 300,000 hryvnia was the proceeds from the sale of the car in that year, which is not recorded as taxable income. That might explain the difference and the reason why they're not reflected as my income. But my earlier earnings put me in a position to make this purchase. As far as I understand, this is exactly what's being asked. When we asked you that in 2020, your income, according to the information, comprised 978,000 hryvnia, which is in line with the declaration you have filed for the position in 2020, but the Commission has no information about the 300,000 hryvnia that, according to your declaration for 2020, you received from the sale of the movable property. In my declaration for 2020, I have separately stated business income and next line, the income from the sale of the movable assets. This is the way I remember it was reported. So let us continue with the next block of questions. According to the data of the powers of attorney in the period from 2007 to 2011, together with your ex-wife and your brother, you had the right to use Porsche Cayenne of 2004 make, which belonged to Yershova Victoria Volodymyrivna. Please explain what were the grounds for using this vehicle. In 2007, the vehicle was of 2004 make. I think this, in the end of 2006, this car ended up in a traffic accident, and there was an insurance claim to do with this traffic accident, and this vehicle had to be transported to the garage and prospective repairs. This is why the power of attorney was issued to myself. I was able to find the documents confirming the power of attorney for my wife and brother in 2010. By then, the car was already fixed and was put up for sale. I had the right under the power of attorney on behalf of the owner to sell it. I did not come to own this vehicle. I only used it occasionally, mostly for selling it for the benefit of the owner. Fine. On the 28/08/2013, you acquired your ownership in a vehicle, Mitsubishi Galant 2009 make. The right of ownership was terminated on the 4th of 12/2014. Could you please explain the legal grounds for your acquisition of the title to this property, your value at the point of sale, and whether you acquired it through a paid legal deed, and if yes, what were the funds that you had put? I did acquire it through a paid legal deed. I haven't kept the document. There is a consignment note. It was made as a single copy of the document, and it is kept in the registration file of the vehicle, and the value was about $6,000, and it was bought from the savings remaining from the sale of the Mercedes S430 in 2009, and partially perhaps some borrowed money in 2013. I have the documents about the sale of the vehicle, but I can't clearly recall the exact purchasing price because the document is filed with the registration file. In 2007, you bought a vehicle, BMW 6301 of 2007 make. The said property was re-registered in the new owner on the 20th of 2020. What are the legal grounds for the acquisition of the property right on the said property, its value, and what are your sources of income to buy it? So, it was bought in June 2007 from a trading company. This consignment note, based on which it was registered, again is filed with the registration file. The value is roughly 700,000 hryvnia. I terminated my right of ownership through an agreement for 300,000 hryvnia in 2020. What about the documents about the acquisition of the car? You don't have them. In 2003, 18th of November, you acquire a property right to a Mercedes-Benz 280 of 2000 make at an auction. Your ownership title terminates on the 10th of September 2005. Once again, tell us, how did you come to own it, the sources of income, and when did your ownership stop? In 2000, sometime in May. I know the rough date when this vehicle was issued the registration certificate. To the best of my knowledge, at that time, the certificate was issued 3 months once, and temporary ticket was issued. So I could have bought it sometime in February 2002. I used the car until it was Opel Omega. I don't remember the year of the make. I have submitted it in my explanations. And my ownership stopped when I exchanged it with an additional payment for the Mercedes car. The first Opel Omega car was bought with my money that I partially managed to save since '98. When I started working, it wasn't an expensive buy. At the time, it was $6,000 to $7,000 that I had managed to save up, and I filed the certificate from the pension fund showing that since 98 I was making official salary, and they put me in a position to buy the Opel car, which I had then replaced the Mercedes E280 was purchased through the purchase and sale agreement, whilst I then gave up my property right through a power of attorney, as this was the kind of agreement made with the purchaser. I was paying for the Mercedes E280 in installments, as I had agreed with the seller. On the 31st of March 2005, you acquire property right to the Mercedes-Benz S430 2001 make through an option. Your property title terminates on the 4th of August 2009. Once again, tell us how you came to own this vehicle, the value, did you acquire it through a paid legal deed, and what are your sources of income? The grounds, the sources of income for the purchase of the car was a loan, and a copy of the lending agreement was submitted, and the collateral was also submitted. Later on, when I sold the car, E2080, I paid out the loan that I had taken to buy the S430 vehicle. Fine. The year 2013, you acquire a right of ownership in Volkswagen Passat CC. 2010, the right of ownership in the said property was terminated in 2015. Same nature of questions. Yes, this car cost about roughly 6-7 equivalent of American dollars. Again, these were the proceeds from the sale of the previous car and my savings. It wasn't me who was using the car, but my younger brother was using it. And it was sold in 2015 accordingly. As for the sale, I do have the documents. I have submitted the copies. This is the consignment note, the driving license, the technical documents on the car. I can explain that I have submitted the documents that I had within my disposal, because judging from my participation in the competition starting 2012, when I ran for judicial competition, I've been asked these questions. And so I started answering these questions since 2012, and when buying or selling a car, I have kept the copies of the documents, even if they're made in one original copy, or I ask a copy to be made for me.
Well, in accordance with the property declaration for 2021, on the 4th of December 2014, you acquired the title to car Mercedes-Benz GL 450, made in 2007, worth 402,000.
Правові підстави,
What's the legal reasons of the costs, etc.? The legal reasons. If the purchase and sale agreement, the copy which was provided, and I just wanted to know that this car was purchased the same day I was sold. Mitsubishi Galant car. So, and part of that, all the money was used to to buy the Mercedes, and some money were used from my savings. Did you use your own funds? Yes, these were my own funds.
21 рік.
In the year 2021,
Декларація,
declaration where you indicate that on the 8th of February 2019, you acquired title to a car, Mercedes-Benz S5550, made in 2008, for 450,000 hryvnias. Why the title to this property was transferred to your mother in 2022, and your mother in 2 weeks transfer title to your brother for 11,000 hryvnias.
Безпосередньо суть цієї операції полягала в передачі.
The purpose of this operation is to transfer to my younger brother. He has his own car
По великому рахунку вже неналежним чином функціонує.
that wasn't properly functioning in 2001-2002.
Неактивно експлуатує ці автомобілі.
I didn't actually operated this in the beginning of 2022. This because of the
Активної експлуатації потрібно
inactive operation
досить таки
of the car. I had to make significant investment in the restoration of the car, and the brother wanted to change a vehicle, and therefore,
для дружини придбавати.
and the reason this transaction was made in such a transfer through the mother,
Дуже проста.
the purpose is quite clear, because according to the legislation,
Продаж, власне, з номерними
this
знаками, цих номерних знаків за новим
so the restoration
при
The restoration of the license plate of the vehicle is possible if you transfer it to close relatives. And in accordance to the cabinet minister's decision, brother is not a close relative. The close relatives are mother, children, and parents and spouses. That's why we transfer title to mother, and from mother to brother. That's it. It has nothing to do with the taxation. This is the you see.
Одна операція продажу автомобіля в рік.
This is one sale operation per year, and let me explain it once again. That if they could theoretically there could be a transaction of donation to my brother, but in this case, license plate would not be retained, and my brother, since I have yes, I can use this car using this license plate, and this license plate was used since 2007. I like this license plate. This is the family license plate, so we just decided to retain it and to avoid any questions about that I probably using the car that is registered in my mother's name, but still it will be registered in my brother's name, and so I wanted to avoid any further questions if I participate in any future competitions. And this is the issue of the regarding other car that was transferred in a likewise manner. Once again, let's get back to your brother, who in 2013 acquired title to Audi Q7, made in 2008. Could you tell us, please, the legal reasons for acquiring a title, and was this car procured at your own expenses? I didn't take part in this transaction. He didn't acquire title to this car, according to my brother's words. He is in the armed forces of Ukraine, and he has no documents to this car.
Так, зрозуміло.
Understood?
Да, будь ласка.
Олександр Володимирович,
Alexander,
питання пов'язане з притягненням
a question regarding your bringing you to administrative responsibility.
повідомити, чи
Can you
до
can
адміністративної
you tell us if have you ever been held administratively liable, or have you or from the period from 2015, from 2009 till 2022?
Якщо можна, я почну з
Let me start from the disciplinary.
адвокат не
As the attorney, I have never been held liable,
але додатково що в період
but from the period
15-го
2015 till 2016, I worked as the head of the board of the insurance company. During this period of time, I indeed was summoned to association council of attorneys of Ukraine.
адвокатський заклад. Ну,
Since as a manager, I didn't provide the full answer to the attorney's request. So when I appeared at the council,
там був цей адвокат, ну,
there was the attorney who filed the complaint, and it was found out that the complaint
не на
was
надання відповіді на адвокатський
wasn't about the response to the attorney's request, but
задовольняється заява клієнта про здійснення страхового відшкодування.
there was the statement of the customer wasn't satisfied about the recovery of funds.
Ось
And
це питання в добровільному порядку вирішили.
so what we settled this matter, and the insurance
Виплачено, а
premium was paid to the petitioner, and
матеріалу і взагалі якось провадження. Це що стосовно
so no proceedings were initiated.
що стосовно
Actually,
адміністративного.
regarding the administrative liability,
То адміністративну відповідальність
administrative liability
з 9-го року.
since 2009.
Я можу навіть уточнити.
I can even
Я знаю,
Червень
I can say this is June 2015.
червень 2015 року.
June 2015.
Ну, я,
а з чим пов'язано?
What
я не знаю, можливо, це повний ваш текст. Стаття 30, частина 1.
it's Article 30, Part 1.
Зрозуміло. Не відмова від проходження на станковому спільні.
Як зазначено в
As
наданні матеріалах,
stated in the materials,
транспортним засобом від проходження відповідно до встановленого
refusal of the driver to pass the alcohol test.
Питання мені це надходило. Ось, скажу, коли я про нього
Yeah.
знав.
I'll tell you when I learned about this issue. This protocol, I learned about this protocol when the DIA program became operational,
З посвідчення водія.
and
Проходження процедури
while during the verification procedure,
відповідь на запит мені надійшла.
in response to request, I received information that indeed there is such a protocol, and
Відмову від проходження. І було
of refusal of the passed alcohol test. It was stated that it was that Dniprovsky District Court has to provide answer whether there was such a
звернувся
ruling or not. I addressed
ще в 21-му році, 10
back into 2021 on the 10th of March. I addressed Dniprovsky District Court
цього протоколу.
request information about this case. And the response of
Суду не надходило.
so the court responded that no materials were received by them, and I uploaded this statement.
От. Не притягнув.
And my driver's license was finally verified by DIA application.
відповідного суду.
По суду. З письмовим запитом.
So,
Запитом яким?
so how did you request information? I requested in writing.
Мені надали інформацію.
Як адвокат
Did you submit it as an attorney or as individual?
надані комісії
Information provided to the Commission. There is a number of recorded events. 27th of September 2008, 19th of February 2009, 28th of November 2009. Regarding your interaction with the national police representatives, do you know Mr. Barabay?
Коли я почав аналізувати питання, яке
When I started to analyze the questions received from the Commission,
я уточнив, мені
I clarified,
згадали, я згадав,
and I was reminded. Then I finally recalled that yes, this person. I can remember if it was the members of the plaintiff in the case that
я був в цій справі представником,
where I was the representative in this case, and this issue had to do with as far as I remember,
автомобілів у нього
the requisition of the recovery of the car
безпосередньо
or recovery of the debt from this person
користування цими автомобілями.
for the use of the cars.
Відповідачем,
So I can remember he was defendant or plaintiff. So defendant or plaintiff was the company where my brother has worked for. At that time, he was a businessman, and during the process, I was one of the representatives, and the opponents was Mr. Barabay and some other persons. So during the consideration of the case, they
порушували ведення процесу в суді.
So they violated the procedure in the court.
В процесі навіть суддя робив зауваження.
The judge made some remarks, and the process has ended. We left the courtroom.
Це не один був
We left the process.
декілька людей.
There were more people in addition to Barabay as the parties to this case, and he decided for some reason
Ніяких
to
фізичних сутичок з ним не було.
there were no physical, interactions with him, and
Суду, власне,
he
я не пам'ятаю, чи то мені потрібна була повістка, чи то ще якісь.
I returned to the court. I don't know. I just wanted to get some paperwork. At the time, I received a phone call.
Міліція.
Back then, it was militia, not police. And
Ми поїхали в райвідділ.
we went to the district department of militia. I came by my own car.
Автомобілі поліції, міліції. Ось, я надав свої пояснення.
I provided my explanations
Ніякого немає відношення, чи то до
that I had nothing to do with any clash with this person.
мене після пояснення відпустили, а
After explanations, I was released by the militia,
залишилися в поліції.
and other persons stayed at the police department.
Історії, розвитку історії цієї
I don't know the development of the story,
ще не запрошували до
because I've never been invited to law enforcement agencies with this regard. Therefore I wasn't held liable. Can you tell me, please, Irina Rudenko, do you know this person? Yeah, this is my former wife.
Можете щось повідомити
Can you tell us
специфіку інформації, яка
concerning the specificity information provided to the Commission about the incidents on the 27th of September 2008 and in 2009? I can tell you that
власне підняв свої архіви, це було
there was a
встановлення порядку
quarrel
з дитиною.
concerning the procedure of communicating with our child, with my child. It was one of the state claims, because when I came to her place of residence, where she lived with our mutual child, she didn't let me in. At the time, we were in the process of court trial, and maybe she called the police. According to my own archives, I have requests from the Голосіївський court dated February 2010, when
Я звертав
when I addressed
до суду з позовом
the court
розлучення,
with a claim
вчасно про
to divorce
встановлення порядку
and established the procedure of visiting my child.
в одному засіданні, роз'єднавши позови, з метою, щоб не було складнощів в розгляді справ. І суд надавав
And the court made a request,
дружини про те, що ніякого розвитку ця ситуація не мала.
and there was
Дав пояснення.
I explained that this situation. I came to the court.
Так, суду чітко вказано дійсно дати.
I indicated even the dates in the court materials.
Тобто я не притягувався.
I was not held liable.
Скажімо так, у нас були дуже емоційні відносини.
We had some sort of emotional relationship, and
Було, можливо, сказано в заявах. Воно, по-перше,
something that was
дійсності, а по-друге, хочу
so the facts that are given in her claims, they are not true. And after a divorce, we communicated.
відпочинути за кордоном з дитиною, і, власне,
We spent times together with our child, even abroad, and but at the time our relationship was quite emotional.
Я дивлюсь, ви
I see that
адвокатською практикою, хоч не
you're engaged in
фінансово можете себе забезпечити.
you're engaged in attorney
Підтримкою футболу.
as attorney, and you also support the football, and you have special rewards for that. Before that,
Намагалась потрапити
you attempted to participate in the competition for ARMA leadership.
корупція.
So, how is NABU related to this? What is the motivation to participate in this specific competition?
до 2014 року я
Before 2014, I didn't even think about becoming a public servant. But since 2014,
багато часу присвячував
I dedicated a lot of time to public activity, and
дуже часто
very often
думки простих людей,
I hear opinions of average people, and
тим станом.
myself dissatisfied with the fight against corruption in our country, and why ARMA?
Десь в чомусь АРМА також можна
ARMA
органів.
can be regarded as the anti-corruption body to some extent.
Займаються
So,
виведенням активів.
So they recover assets, and
В даному випадку
and
стосовно конкурсу АРМА цікавило це
so
безпосередньо
regarding ARMA,
активне управління
I was
активами.
interested in effective management of the assets recovered by ARMA.
Спочатку
And
на співбесіді я
From the very beginning of the interview, I told
десь можливо
that interview at ARMA was with technical problems, and I couldn't provide.
власне діяльності АРМА безпосередньо ефективного управління
I couldn't provide information how these assets could be properly managed.
іноземних інвестицій, стабілізації економіки в країні.
Ми не вармо. У нас мотивація ваша тут приймати
We are
участь.
asking you what is
Я не бачу, поясню.
motivating you to apply for the position of the director of the NABU, because in your past experience, including that of a civil activist, I don't see much anti-corruption element. Therefore,
Тут
I'm asking what is motivating you to take part in this competition for the position of the director of the NABU.
Вам скажу,
As for combating corruption, I would like to raise this question or answer in the sense,
що активний
as you have stated,
функціонер, займаюся футболом,
that I am
дуже тісні
actively involved in football, and we used to have very close relations with the Federation of the Ukrainian Federation of Football. And at that stage of our relations, we have come across the problems that are now
Федерації футболу України.
uh,
Зокрема, і
looked at the renamed Ukrainian Football Federation to do with the side track for the development of football in Ukraine. We had initiated criminal cases as to the leaders. On a number of times we have placed requests and had joint sessions with the leadership of the association. We could see it unfold. We can see it unfold in other areas. We were involved in the resolution of the allocation of the landlords for the anti-terrorist operation veterans with a number of violations. It is clear. Thank you. We are pressed for time, so I have to interrupt you. I will pose you two questions about your position on the steering committee of the Portal Bank and the loan you had taken from that bank, and it is quite an extensive loan. So in 2020, 2021, according to your declarations, you're reporting that you have been only paying interest without paying the loan principal. Why is it so, and how were you able to structure your debt in this fashion? I don't have the schedule for the repayment of the loan principal. I have to repay the loan until the expiry of the loan agreement. And this credit line expires in May this year. And in May this year, it is planned that it be paid. I'm paying the interest, and there's no need to repay the principal. So, do I understand you correctly that in May 2019 you have received on standard terms and conditions 1.7 million hryvnia on condition that for 4 years you can only pay the interest, and only 4 years later you would need to repay the loan principal. Is this understanding correct? This is the usual practice of bank lending. It's a termed agreement, and the money is loaned for a certain term and has to be repaid by the expiry without the need to repay the principal over the 4 years. This is not a consumer loan. The consumer loans have to be partially settled. This is not a consumer loan. It sounds almost too good to be true. It's a usual bank activity. It's a difference of the consumer loan, which has to be paid in installments, but a usual loan is issued for a certain term and has to be repaid by the expiry of this term. What was your function as a member of the steering committee of the bank? If you could please explain what activities. I represented the interests of a shareholder as an independent member of the steering board. All the regulatory documents, all approvals made by the steering board, me as a member of the steering committee, were approved by myself or not, approved and signed. Is this about Igor Kolesnitsyn? Yes. To follow up on the line of questioning of Oleksiy, I would like to ask you to explain the decision of Pechersk District Court of the 10th of November 22 pertaining the collection of Rudenko for the benefit of Universal Bank, the debt under the banking services contract amounted to 121,000 hryvnia plus. The decision was to collect the money in the court fees in the interests of the bank. If you could please explain. I looked into the materials of the case. The thing is that the collection decision the case was again opened against Rudenko.
Картка Монобанку,
I
власне,
had a credit card at the Monobank, and the credit limit
ці кредити
was 10 to 15,000 hryvnia. I haven't used this credit card for years. I don't know how I could have accrued a significant debt.
яке
It's not known to
я не
me.
отримував. Я
I have not
безпосередньо
been served the summons. I will look into the case. If it's about me, I would like to see the calculation.
або помилки
It can either be a mistake,
відповідачеві, або може бути помилка у
a
власне
mistake in the defendant, or the calculation. This is all that I can explain about this. Just a short follow-up about your loan. What is the collateral for this loan? There's no collateral. So this is a collateral-free loan for 4 years without the need to repay the principal. Karen, over to you.
My question for you, sir, is how is it possible that you could get a loan without collateral when we've heard other people who are here testifying to the fact that they have tried to get loans legitimately and can't do so because they don't have collateral, and yet you have a position on the steering committee of this bank, and you do not see it as a conflict of interest that you are able to get a collateral-free loan for 4 years and not have income for 2 of those years, and somehow you don't believe that's a conflict of interest. My question specifically is, do you not believe or see that your position on the steering committee influenced the bank to give you that loan?
Згідно нормативів банківської діяльності,
According to the bank regulations,
видача даного кредиту не є
the issue of the loan is not a conflict of interest. The conflict of interest would have been if I had personally, or the body that I belong to could make a decision about the issuance of the loan. These are the powers of the board, and the board was making the decision about the issuance of the loan.
Це вже було пролонговано, це була перекредитація.
This was a re-loan. The first loan was extended to me in 2016. It was extended, and in 2019, it was terminated. Later on, in May, I opened another credit line, and I filed the application, and the bank approved it and had no objections. The damage is not being inflicted to the bank. The fact that there is a certain problem, perhaps, that other people may have, not with this bank, but about some of the candidates that had testified. I don't know what their credit history is. As for my position in the bank, it's not a ground for the issuance of a loan to me. It does not give me any advantages. Alexandra, if I may ask a short follow-up question, in this section pertaining to the information why you're independent, unbiased, and corruption-free, you're mentioning your application for the your participation in the competition for the position of the judge, Arma State Bureau investigation, and now we're talking about your desire to become the director of the NABU. At the same time, your application does not state any person that could give you references. Could you please explain the reasons?
Відповім так, з числа державних службовців.
Let me answer this way. From amongst the public officials or the judges or the law enforcement officers, there are no people that could do it for me. Secondly, I don't think it would be right and ethical for someone belonging to the public service to give me references of this nature, in the sense that today there are some controversial outcomes of the performance of NABU in the higher echelons. I could give the recommendations. I could ask the people to give me references, but they don't come from the law enforcement, they don't come from the judiciary, they are not from amongst the prosecutors. These would be people who had dealings with me, who had dealings since 2014. The members of the board of one of the civil society organizations, yes, the honorary head of our organization, these are notable people, generals, colonels, most of them. I wouldn't like to disclose the information, but since I had to give the specific names and contact details, I did not feel it right that anyone could recommend me to this position. My activities and my reputation and the information about me and my activities as an attorney and my activities as a civic activist speak for myself. Pavelas, over to you.
I am very sorry, but I want to return back to this issue of your loan. I probably I can agree that procedure-wise it's correct. But what is your moral stand on this issue? Is it right, moral-wise?
В даному випадку я би
визначив
свою позицію так.
I would identify my position in the following fashion.
Говорити про якусь моральність на фінансовому ринку.
To speak of being moral on a financial market
на фінансовому ринку діють жорсткі правила.
Isn't the same. There are rigid rules on the financial market. There are financial instruments that can either be used effectively or used ineffectively. As of today, the bank has not sustained losses from this loan. As I had stated, this loan expires this year. I have the means to repay it. So, as for morale, no one was hurt. There are no claims from the third parties that I was the one given it and not someone else. It's not like an advantage given on preferential or non-preferential terms. It is the reputation of the lender that is decisive, but also the compliance of his obligations throughout a period. As I said, this credit line was initially granted to me in 2016, and it started with 300,000. In the process, it grew. So, in the period in 2019, it was settled. Then sometime later, it was reopened. Currently, it is expiring, and on the expiration of the term of the contract, it shall be repaid. There's no conflict of interest, nor damage to anyone resulting from the transaction, as the profits are paid, as the interest is paid, so it is profitable to a bank, properly speaking, and not damage, nor creating conflict of interest. This is how I see it. Fine. Do we have further questions?
Питань немає.
It seems we don't have further questions. We wish you all the best.
Дякуємо.
Thank you for the interview.
На сьогодні за регламентом і порядком
Under the regulations and the agenda, we had to have the interview with Tenitsky Yevgeny Alexandrovich, but yesterday morning we had received addressed to the
від
Commission of the Selection Committee for the position of
Теницький
the
Євген
NABU Director from Tenitsky to the following text. Tenitsky and Alexandrovich, I inform you that for personal reasons I am unable to continue to serve the NABU.
саме тому
Therefore, as of today,
в режимі співбесід
we are completing the interviews with the candidates for the position of the Director of the NABU,
і завтра повернемося
and
до
tomorrow we shall resume
діяльності. Дякую.
our interviews. Thank you everyone who was following us today with the interviews.